good morning, and we are delighted to welcome you back to the second day of the Copernicus 2035 Symposium, live from here in Toulouse. And I'm going to say it in French too. Un grand bienvenue.
A very warm welcome to the second day of the Copernicus Horizons 2035 Symposium live from Toulouse. We are delighted to be guiding you through the proceedings. Throughout the day,
switch between two languages also to already, first thing in the morning, tell you about one important thing, which is, at least for those who haven't been here yesterday, we are having this conference in both languages, English and French, and there is live translation provided in the swap card menu that is up there in the video somewhere. You just choose the language of your choice if you're not at ease with one of both languages. And this is also important because we, the moderators, might occasionally be switching between both languages. Now, speaking of us, the moderators, I am Olaf Bruns, and together with my colleague Sophie Wanis, making sure I pronounce that correctly, we are delighted really to guide you through this second, well, half day, but still a very packed half day of this symposium. Now, Sophie, you have more about what is important today?
Today's program, yeah, absolutely. Thank you. Good morning, Olaf. It's a pleasure to be here again this morning with you. So today will be dedicated to the Copernicus uptake. The member states are really looking forward to this. As Claire Giry mentioned yesterday, it is a real key factor for Copernicus program. So lots of speakers will be here on stage today. And we'll finish our morning with a challenge, the high school and University Copernicus Challenge. That's going to be late morning, right?
It is late morning, and it is really important, so make sure you stay until the end of the day, because just in a word, this is really about getting young people connected to all the different jobs that are around the space economy, and it's really interesting. You will not regret it. Now, there's another thing I wanted to talk about, and that's Slido. Slido is the online tool to make this sort of hybrid events interactive, and it allows you to intervene in the debates as much as the timing allows, of course. Now, there is a Slido event, and it's equally accessible via the swap card menu, and there you can, over the whole day, ask questions, but you can also submit proposals and really do this. This is very important because all these proposals, all your questions will be carefully read and taken into account. And when there are roundtables, we will announce in the beginning of the roundtables if we have the hope that we can take questions from you at the end of the debates, but we will tell you later about that. And also over the day there might be every now and then polls on different questions, and there has been one yesterday in the afternoon, and that was about what did you think in one word about yesterday's proceedings, and we have the results. I hope they are on screen, on your screen now. But the big word I see in this word cloud is ambition. It's really, well, ambition. Now that's, of course, what we really need to keep in mind for Copernicus Horizon 2035. But there are other words, sovereignty, which is of course linked to European sovereignty in that case, but also, not least, sustainability, because yesterday, over the whole day, we've been speaking about a lot of environmental topics. Other words, continuity, new space, what do I see? Digital transition, the gold standard. You know, Copernicus is the gold standard for Earth observation, and so on. Make sure you check out the word cloud, which I hope is on your screens. But coming back to
let's
For starters today.
Yes, let's
you.
open the morning, speaking of which, with a little video, if you want. Some random figures of the #1 world provider of space data and information. Did you know that Copernicus, it's already 8 satellites in orbit? Let's watch the video now. I'm so delighted to open this first session this morning on how to boost Copernicus user uptake. We're going to have here on this stage now 4 user cases, 4 different sequences, 4 duets. We'll listen to them, Copernicus services and startups, and see how really they have been working together and maybe how this work, this partnership can be improved in the future. So there will be one interview of a Copernicus service user by a Copernicus service representative. And I'm so delighted to start with Italy. Buongiorno, Italy. Not bad, right? Not as nice as Olaf, but still, I'm working on it. Elisa Riviera, we're going to talk land service to start this session. Elisa Riviera, you're from the European Environment Agency. You used to be part of a member state defending the user uptake process, and now you're really promoting it. And next to you is Andrea Taramelli from the Italian National Institute for Environmental Protection and Research. I'm going to be clear on that. You have to stick to a 10-minute interview. The floor is all yours, guys.
Thank you, Sophie. Thank you very much.
Take a microphone, Elisa. Otherwise, we won't listen to you.
Thank you, Sophie. Merci beaucoup. Thank you for the French presidency of the European Commission to really launch this session on the user uptake. I'm really glad to be here today and to share this dialogue with Andrea Taramelli. I met Andrea Taramelli years ago, not that many, but years ago when I was the voice of the Spanish users, as you said, and now joined the agency to raise this voice within the European Environment Agency. And I also share a lot of nice initiative with Andrea. Andrea is a really active representative in the user forum, and also a very active institution defending the Mediterranean initiatives such as the Med7. We've been together also with France and other countries, Mediterranean countries, sharing and defending, figuring out solutions for the Mediterranean countries to fight against climate change. But let's go to the subject today. I'm now working on the Copernicus Land Monitoring Service. that, as you know, is a service to monitor our terrestrial ecosystem, to know better the impacts of climate change, land changes. And I want to talk with Andrea, and I want to ask Andrea about particularly about a product, the coastal zone product, that is very important not only for the Mediterranean countries, but a lot of countries in Europe. I want to know if this European solution that we are producing in the European Environment Agency with this cross-cutting perspective, because the good thing of this product, of this coastal zone product, is that should be made in collaboration with the Marine Service and should be made with this cross-cutting approach that we have to defend in the future, like breaking these silos between the services. So how do you use it for Green Deal policies? How do you apply, which are the applications at national level of this European solution?
So thanks, Elisa, and thanks for inviting and discussing the uptake. Of course, coastal areas, it's a tricky part because, as you said, it's complicated. You have impact on land, but you have impact also on sea. So in this year, as a national user forum, but as a national community, we have been working quite a lot on the initiative, but really how to, let's say, how to use all these different data and information. One of the major issues that we have been working on is, the soil sealing in coastal areas. So the fact is that we have two main problems to face. One is the fragmentation of the coastal areas. I'm always underlining that even at European level, we were not able to make a framework directive on integrated coastal zone management. There's no, because it's really at regional level, the management and the policy implementation. So using a European data and information can make a benchmark against which all the different regional authorities can have a benchmark to start with. So it's a matter of fact, it's a matter of how much does it cost to implement this type of data at regional level. So having a European level, it's amazing because it allows us to start with something that is common for all the coastal areas. And we are facing also a second problem that is also at European level, there are at least 2 to 3 to 4 entrusted entities that are dealing with climate in coastal areas, land issues, marine environmental issues, emergency issues. So it's really complicated to have one single entry point. And that's why we have stimulated the Med7 initiative, because we need to have a transversal, let's say, layer, a hub or whatever. And we have discussed with France and with Spain, but with all the Med7, how to simplify the way of accessing to all this data and information.
I think that this is one key of our, of the problems, of the challenges that we have as entrusted entities, is we are focusing so much on product, and we have to focus on the person that is using our products, on this end user, and to have a really easy access to that. So which are the recommendations from an end user? And now we have the opportunity here to know, all of us, from the end user perspective, from the public administration, that it's one of the most important users. What do you recommend to us? How can we improve that?
One of the major recommendations we have discussed also yesterday, it's really working with member states. Of course, you have to task the products to the end users. Of course, could be really different between, Italy, Spain, France, and Northern Europe. This is, the tricky part. If we talk about coastal areas, what we are facing in the Mediterranean, it's quite different from the northern part of Europe. So coastal areas are pretty different. So the discussion with member states has to be really integrated. So if we really want to have a real uptake at regional level, you have to work daily with the users. Of course, they have to be trained in that sense, because a lot of data and information that are available are not easy to digest. So national programs with entrusted entities with the European level is one of the key parts. So what we are now discussing with you, that you, let's say, change your side, it's how we can build upon with the EEA this roadmap. And of course, we are sort of like dreaming and looking forward to have this approach also with the other entrusted entities that are working in the coastal areas. And I'm underlying climate change is one of the issues.
I think that is a very, very interesting point, and I also tried to foster it when I was working in Spain, to work together with civil servants to overcome these obstacles, because there are a lot of problems when you are touching these kind of very technical products that sometimes civil servants or public administration are very far from those kind of solutions. So within the European Environment Agency, we have also the the IONET network. That is a network where we have member states. And I think that it could be also an opportunity in this Copernicus 2.0, where the European Environment Agency is going to have a huge, at least more budget than before on user uptake activities to launch some training programs with you member states. We are going to start with the CAP, with the agriculture sector. We are going to start on applications also for climate change, for LULUCF, for the LULUCF regulation. And the next step will be also to work together with you in the designing of this program, because I think that we have also to involve member states in designing these kind of programs, these training programs, because if we don't take them on board, these kind of applications cannot be used, a real use, as you said. We need a real use.
That's one of the most important part, because if you want to take the users, I'm always saying that users know how to do their job every single day. So they know how to deal with like coastal areas, with agriculture and so on. So they know let's say the market. At European level, sometimes, and I'm always making several examples like the national civil protection and so on, there's a mismatch between what can be, delivered at European level and what is needed at national and local level. You really have to work daily with them, because they have to deal every single day with that. So sometimes there are products and information that are not well built for specific reality. So this is one of the tricky part that we really have to uptake again and again, and we have to train and explain to these people that they already know how to deal with their job, how can be improved in terms of solution using Copernicus data and information.
So thank you. I think that is a very good recommendation and a very good user uptake solution.
We have 1 minute left, and because this is our conference on Copernicus Horizon 2035, I want to ask you the question really briefly. Can you tell me, how do you see the future of Copernicus? We understood more training, that's a key point. What else?
So a real use for monitor Green Deal policies to fight against climate change, to stop the loss of biodiversity, to really use it in the policies that are working for fighting against climate change, and really looking to the Green Deal objectives. And of course, for policymakers, I think that I'm on that side, so I'm really recommending it, because it's a very, very actionable knowledge action tool.
Andrea?
I fully agree, and I would like to stress that we have to be wise. We have built, an amazing and exceptional, let's say, car. We have built Copernicus. We have built data and information. Now we have to be wise how to best use it for, key issues like climate change and so on. But we really have to be wise.
Being wise, that's a nice conclusion. Thank you very much. Grazie mille.
Thanks
to
a lot.
both of you. And now let's switch to the second team. Let's talk marine service now, and I'm really delighted to welcome on stage Cédric Jourdan, Mercator Ocean International's User Support Manager. You have a user experience and user-driven approach, let's say. Thank you for being here with us. And we are also welcoming live remote Thomas Follegaut. He's the founder and CEO of Quiet Oceans. Hello, good morning, Thomas. How are you?
Yes, good morning, Sophie. I'm fine, thank you.
Great. The floor is all yours, Cédric.
Thank you, Sophie. Good morning, everybody. Good morning, Thomas. So glad to see you with us. I would like to ask a first question to set the context. We always talk about the ocean as a world of silence, but your activity is related to the noise in the oceans. So could you please explain us?
Yes, indeed. Actually, the ocean is everything but the world of silence. There are a lot of sounds in the ocean. A lot of things are producing sound, and sound is propagating very well in the ocean. So we like to organize the sound in 3 families. The first family is the natural sounds, so the sounds that are generated by the waves and the rain and the earthquakes and all that. So this is all natural. Then we have a second family, which is the biological sounds, which are all sounds produced by the animals, basically. It goes from the very small shrimp up to a blue whale. And all these animals are producing sounds for their daily life. They use sound for communicating, for mating, for echolocating prey, so for feeding. So this is these 2 families. And very recently, let's say since 100 years, humans have started to produce noise in the underwater environment. And that's all the activities we can find, from going from shipping to coastal constructions, harbor extensions, offshore wind farms, seismic survey for oil and gas. All these kind of sounds are now added to the environment. And the sound is now, underwater sound is now regulated in a great number of countries and continents. So in Europe, of course, but also in the US, in Japan, in Taiwan, and in a lot of countries. And that's why we're here.
Thank you for these details, Thomas. And could you please present your company, Quiet Oceans, the application for which you use Copernicus marine data, and your customers?
Yeah, so as I said, so now underwater noise is regulated. So what we are doing is producing services to the governments, because governments have to implement the regulation, but also to industry, since the industry have to comply with the regulation. So we are developing services. We are doing impact assessment studies. We are monitoring sound. We are listening to the sound as well to assess what species are living there. Since the animals are producing sound, by listening to them, we can know what species are living and what are they doing in the environment before a project arrives, for example. So we are producing these kind of services, and we are technology driven. When we started this adventure 10 years ago, that's when the first regulation started in the EU. Actually, there was very little technology and very little methodology actually to address this issue. And what we did to start the company is to develop an innovation, which is noise mapping. So we developed a methodology and a technology that is enabled to predict the sound and map the sound at the scale, local scale. Can be a bay, but can also be a full ocean. For example, we already mapped the entire Adriatic Sea. We also mapped the Baltic Sea. We are currently mapping the Atlantic Sea. So. And the sound, as I said, is propagating very well in the ocean, and it's very heavily influenced by temperature and salinity in the ocean, okay? The sound relate on temperature and salinity. So if you want to predict and if you want to noise the map, you need to know what is temperature and what is salinity at any time. And that's what Copernicus is bringing to us.
Thank you. And according to you, what value added does Copernicus Marine bring to your company and your activity?
Actually, without Copernicus, our technology would not exist. So that's quite an added value. I mean, we have to know temperature salinity to do a prediction and to do a noise map. Okay, and if you don't have a prediction and if you don't have a noise map, it's very difficult to assess what the impact of the sound is going to be on the species. So that's the main added value, is that without this Copernicus service, we wouldn't be able to do our job. Then the second added value is that the service is operational. It means that because Copernicus is operational, we have built a platform, an online platform, that is also operational and that is working 24 hours per day, 7 days, and all the year through. So our platform is operational because Copernicus is operational. And probably the third added value is that Copernicus is worldwide. So we inherit that capacity directly. Because Copernicus is worldwide, our services and our platform, our maps can be worldwide as well.
Okay, thank you. And in your opinion, what is the originality of the Copernicus Marine Service? What makes it so special?
I think it's quite interesting to realize that here that space satellites are helping the issue of the effect and the impact of man-made underwater noise on biodiversity, on the marine biodiversity underwater. So it's quite interesting that this link exists, and this link exists because Copernicus is bridging these two domains together. And I think that's quite interesting to note.
Very interesting conversation. I actually have learned a lot. Didn't know the sound is related to temperature and salinity. Wow. I have one question for you, Thomas. Well, as you know, Copernicus Marine Service is user-driven. What, according to you, improvement measures would you recommend to Copernicus today?
Well, probably, so we get temperature and salinity data, and we incorporate this data into our acoustic models. And what we produce at the end is a noise map made in decibels. And our clients and users, they always ask the question, okay, you predict this level of sound and this level of impact, but what is the uncertainty behind that? So by getting, what would be very interesting for us is to get a quantified uncertainty in the temperature salinity. So if Copernicus tells us, okay, temperature is going to be 12 degrees, okay, it's 12 degrees plus minus how much? 0.1 degree, 0.2 degrees, so that we could convert that uncertainty into our uncertainty in our prediction. That would be quite useful.
Makes sense.
Yes, but I have good news because developments are developments are ongoing to propose uncertainty this variable,
yeah.
this variable in the catalog at the end of the year, in November 2022 release.
Oh.
And we will start with the global area, the global products, and the sea surface temperature and the oceanic currents. So you will be, of course, informed when available in our notification center.
And that's breaking news?
Yes.
Wow, I love that. We have just one question left. Just 1 minute left, and one question, same as the previous team. What is, according to you, Copernicus' future? We're talking Copernicus Horizon 2035 in this conference. In one word, what is the future of Copernicus? Cédric.
So for me, the future, it will be more and more user-driven, will be policy-driven, and the data will be easier to use, to download, to manipulate, from a beginner to an expert.
Right. Thomas?
Well, for us, we are at the beginning of the story, you know. As I said, it really started 10 years ago when regulation came into force. So the route is still very long. There are still a lot of potential innovations to be made. And Copernicus is part of that story for underwater noise because it's an essential contributor, actually. And all services, I'm sure there are still a lot of potentiality for Copernicus services and products to be used and derived and processed and, you know, tweaked so that we can have even more information either about the physics of the ocean, but also about the biology and the interaction between biology and physics. So I think it's just a start.
It's just the start of a long journey. Thank you so much, guys. Very interesting
Many thanks, Thomas.
conversation. Thank you very much. Let's move to the next team now.
Thanks to you.
Yep.
And we are talking atmosphere service now with my two next guests. Welcome, gentlemen. Vincent-Henri Pusch, Director of Copernicus Atmosphere Monitoring Service at the European Centre for Medium-Range Weather Forecast. And Jacques Moussafir, welcome, Founder and Deputy CEO of ARIA Technology, which is a numerical modeling of air pollution and climate, right? The floor is yours, same.
Thank you, Sophie, and I'm very pleased to be in Toulouse in this symposium. I think it's great to start talking about Copernicus 2035, and I'm very pleased to be with Jacques today. And I will start with just a question for the audience. Jacques, could you tell us about your company, ARIA Technology?
In a couple words, yes.
Yes, thank you. ARIA is a company specialized in modeling. We do not sell any instrument, but we try to do for the air quality and more for climate, the numerical modeling adapted to cities and to industries. So I started working at the French Electricity Board. We were looking into nuclear accidents, and then we started up the company a long time ago. We're an old startup. We were born 30 years ago and more. And with time, we developed our work for many cities and industries worldwide. And recently, we were bought by the Suez Group, which has which has more ambitions than what we can do. And we hope to be able to use our technology in many cities worldwide in future.
Thanks, thanks, Jacques. In fact, I will talk a little bit about where we were standing at the beginning of this phase of Copernicus, because we had two challenges. First one was to monitor the environment, and for that we were very much ready. We had years of research and development. We have excellent teams in Europe. So on that, as leader of the Copernicus Atmosphere Monitoring Service, I was 100% sure. The other objective that we had was to have impact on businesses, real impact, not just having small use cases and things, but real impact. And although we had been talking and engaging with user communities, that was a question mark when we were standing in 2014. So Jacques, in retrospect, how did you see the arrival of Copernicus full, free, open data services in the little world of air quality and climate modeling and environmental services back then?
I can say we saw that with great enthusiasm, because as I said, I was coming from the world of emergency response, and I knew the power of numerical forecast, and I knew quite well that correct numerical forecast any place is out of reach for SMEs. So as a company, when we saw the development of Copernicus, for us it was really the possibility to have the large-scale problem solved for us by others, by excellent people from Europe, and then we could just focus and go down the scales to. We are currently doing modeling for cities with 5-meter resolution, which was something I was dreaming of when I started my work. But we can do that because we can use as a driver the output of Copernicus. And so I don't see at all the existence and the products of Copernicus as a competition with us. On the contrary, the really interesting thing is the connection that we can establish between the scales. It's like two hands trying to reach each other. And in our work, we're very close to the manufacturers of monitoring instruments. Take, for instance, stations to monitor all the gases that are pollutants, and also take LiDARs. With a LiDAR, you can have metric resolution profiles of wind, and you can imagine, if you count the number of LiDARs currently in operation on wind farms worldwide, you can dream of a connection between those instruments. And with the coming of IoT everywhere, I can believe that someday there will be a real connection everywhere, both for MET and for air quality measurements.
Yes, so that's really really exciting. So we are really getting closer to these digital twins that go to resolution that really matter, whether it's for health or for other impacts, where what we provide as basic core service in Copernicus is not enough. It's a long part of the road, but the last mile is where companies like Jacques are so important. Maybe Jacques, could you tell us of a success of your company that has been enabled by Copernicus?
Yes, quite recently we have won, in cooperation with other European companies, the contract to renew the whole air quality monitoring service of Saudi Arabia for the National Center for Environmental Compliance. This means that on the whole territory we connect 150 complete air quality monitoring stations manufactured by NVA. We are delivering NATO's European supercomputer to the National Center for Environmental Compliance. And ARIA is delivering a set of nested models where we go down to 10-meter scale resolution for the 6 major cities of Saudi Arabia. And the whole thing is working, downscaling from the Copernicus output and going down to the metric resolution. So it's an interesting project for a rich country, but it's a kind of showcase. But I think this technology, where we use Copernicus and we downscale, is going to be applicable also to countries with less resources. That's also the important point of Copernicus. It's there worldwide. And that's great.
Thank you, Zach. So that's a great example, because it's Team Europe winning in places where in the past maybe only the North America was competitive. And I think it's if we wanted to draft a script for a movie series or for an animation to show how Copernicus can help companies win, I think we would have done exactly that. So now we are at the dawn of the second phase of Copernicus. So there are lots of ambition, as was discussed already yesterday. Jacques, how do you see the prospects for ARIA, Suez, but also the sector of environmental services?
Short answer, if you can.
Yes, I think it's bright, simply just because Copernicus is filling so many of the gaps that we can concentrate on developing new techs, as I said, LiDARs, microsensors. The price of monitoring sensors has been drowning, and so it's helping us a lot. And so I have no doubts that the sector will be thriving, really.
Excellent, really good.
Thank you very much, both of you. So we understood more success are on the way for the team Europe. I have one question, Jacques. Jacques, could you tell us about your next challenge?
Well, I think we had a record of about 70% export rate for ARIA outside Europe. So we're trying to continue. We're now trying to do a project for Monterrey, for Cairo, the major cities in Egypt, and maybe Dubai, maybe Alula in Saudi Arabia. We're cooking projects.
Cooking projects, I like that
Every company, we we have competitors, of course, and we respect them. So these are the places where we're trying to focus and imagine which data, additional data, local data we could gather. You know, it's not so simple to get traffic data for any city, but we also need traffic data, human geography, not only metadata. So that's the challenge of our trade, combining emission data that come from human geography and the metadata that can come from satellites.
So lots of competitors, but the horizon is bright and there's nice challenges to come. In a couple words, both of you, how do you see the future of Copernicus?
Really bright. In CAMS, in Atmosphere Monitoring Service, we have a big responsibility. It's to deliver this CO2 emissions monitoring component that President Macron and Commissioner Breton mentioned yesterday. It's lots of work. It starts from the satellite infrastructure with our friends and colleagues of ESA and EUMETSAT. It's lots also of interactions with in-situ observations, and especially the ICOS networks and network in the world, and lots of modeling, which is our core focus at ECMWF. So we are both thrilled and enthusiastic about having this responsibility for the program as a whole, but to serve the world and help the countries see if their mitigation efforts are really working in the atmosphere.
Jacques, you're still working on the dynamics of the cities, for example.
Yes, the dynamics of the cities, and of course greenhouse gases,
right,
as well as conventional pollution, meaning the effect of particles on health. Those are the key development lines that we try to follow.
Well, thank you very much, gentlemen, for this very nice conversation. Thank you. Let's move on to the next and last team. And I'm really happy we're going to talk now about climate change service with Carlo Buontempo, Director of Copernicus Climate Change Service at the European Centre for Medium-Range Weather Forecast. And we have Anna Lopez live with us. Anna, she's a co-founder of Climate Scale, a climate service company, live from Oxford in the UK. Good morning. How are you, Anna?
Good morning. Very well, thank you. Thank you for having me there.
It's a pleasure to have you. Thank you for making it. Carlo, the floor is yours.
Well, thank you, Sophie. It's really a pleasure to be here with you today. And I would like to thank the organizer and the French government for this fantastic event. Really great. So I'm indeed Carlo Buontempo. I'm the director of C3S, as Sophie said. And C3S is all about transforming this wealth of data coming from satellite, petabyte of data, into few kilobytes of useful information. So we are a great consumer of satellite information. We use model to reconstruct the past and use model to predict the future. And these are a really heavy user of satellite data. And more of this satellite data now comes from European satellites. So it's also a success story for the European model. Everything is open and free, so the provision of data is at the basis of the proposition. But as it has been said in many talks yesterday and even this morning, data per se doesn't drive action. You need to engage with society. And in that sense, at the beginning of Copernicus Climate Change Service, we really insisted on the downstream sector and engaged with this sector, and we are investing, doubling up, so to speak, in this Copernicus 2. So we want to be sure that the companies and the organization that works downstream of us can benefit of the investment that C3S made. So I'm also, for this reason, I'm really delighted to be here to share the stage with Anna Lopez, the co-founder of Climate Scale, that is an SME providing bespoke bespoke services, climate services to a variety of users. So hello, Anna. Nice to have you here.
Hello. Thank you very much for having me there again.
Yeah. And in a sense, what is Climate Scale?
So Climate Scale is an SME based in Spain, though some of us work remotely. I mean, not for now. And what we do is we provide tailor-made, bespoke downscale information for the analysis of for a wide variety of clients to evaluate the physical impacts of climate change. We also provide support, advisory services, support to our clients to interpret and analyze the data, something that in our experience is as important as the data itself. And we are 5 people now, and we're growing to 7 people in the next few months.
Well, an SME providing climate services really sounds very exciting and very timely at this stage where everyone is talking about the Green Deal. So how did you start Climate Scale?
So we started about 3 years ago. The company was founded by myself and Jill Descano, and with the support of Vortex, which is our technological partner. Vortex is a world-leading company in the modeling of wind resources, and this was very useful for us initially to have access to their customer base in the sector of renewable energies, mostly wind and solar. But we also, and this is very important, received the financial support of Copernicus Climate Change Services use case, which was a program, a part of C3S, whose aim was promote the development of new services for the benefit of society. So this financial support was really important for us because in the first year or so allowed us to develop our initial prototype, our minimum viable product on one side. So it was important in that sense, but also because we had to develop use cases and we had to talk to people and explore the very incipient market of climate services in the context of climate change. So I would say that our initial product offering is very much informed by all the feedback we receive from and gathered from the users in the context of that use case.
Great, and I'm sure you will remember because I was technical officers on these early use cases, and I wasn't at first very convinced by the proposition. I'm sort of worried I gave you a bit of a hard time to start with, but I'm so glad, if I can say, to be proven wrong and to see that actually the business is thriving and you are really doing well. So who are your clients now? How are you operating?
We have, as I said, because we are a spin-off of Vortex, we started with the renewable energy market, and in that area we had clients that range from wind developers and their technical teams, consultants working for the wind developers, and lenders, banks lending money to financing the projects. And what we have noticed in the last year or so is that many of these people is becoming much more interested in actually analyzing the impacts of climate change because the regulatory frameworks are changing. For instance, the EU taxonomy now requires that lenders and borrowers have taken into account the impacts of climate change in their projects when they are developing new projects and in general for the current portfolio. In terms of what people is interested on, we have ranges from technical experts who just want data and they will use that data to analyze the impact of climate change in their asset. But we also work with people in companies that has to respond to requirements from top-level executives who are interested in actually understanding why the models project what they project, how robust that information is. So we do a lot of what we call climate therapy, a lot of talking to people and informing them, analyzing the data and informing them about the robustness of the data or know how the information can be used, how it cannot be used.
Well, I like the concept of climate therapy. I think we all need a bit of climate therapy. But just to be more specific, how is C3S adding value? I mean, you mentioned the initial seeding funding, but now that the company is up and running on their own leg, what is the value that C3S brings to you?
So we use data from C3S all the time, in particular reanalysis, satellite data, different observational data sets. And we use this data for, in particular, well, we use reanalysis to do our downscaling. We use it as a proxy for observation so that we can offer global data. But we also use it to evaluate our models when we develop new metrics and to ensure the realism of the climate projections we provide to our clients. And something that is very important is that C3S also plays an important role in establishing and maintaining common data standards. So people need easy access to the data, but also data that has been quality checked and in some way standardized.
Well, it's good to hear that the effort we put there is actually useful on the ground. So thank you very much for that.
Yeah.
And thank you for your time, Anna.
Thank you. That was really super interesting. I do have one question for you, Anna. With so many providers of regional climate data around, why are the companies coming specifically to you, apart from the fact that you're the climate therapist?
I think that is actually very important. So it is important to provide easy access to data. We have an interactive platform where people can go and download the data in formats they are used to, like Excel spreadsheets. Many people who need this data do not have the technical knowledge to access the climate model data in their original format. But also the climate therapy is very important. So there is a gap in terms of easily accessing information, but also in terms of supporting people understanding the data, what is all about, why do they have many climate models, what are the emission scenarios, why they have to think about these as information they can use for risk management and not as predictions of what's going to happen. So I think it is critical to guide our users in what can and cannot be done with the information available in climate model projections.
Thank you very much. Time is up, but in just 2-3 words, both of you, how do you see Copernicus Horizon 2035? Carlo?
Well, the future is bright. I agree with what most of the other speakers have said. And I see the big challenge and next step to embed Copernicus throughout the fabric of society. So the concept of Copernicus inside, a bit like Intel inside, something you don't necessarily see, but is powerful and drives the system.
Nice. Anna, just in a couple of words.
For us, it's fundamental in the sense that I could make a shopping list of the kind of information, data we would love to have in order to answer the requirements of many of our users.
Thank you very much to both of you, Carlo and Anna, for being with us this morning. And I want to thank all the speakers for being such great and brilliant ambassadors of Copernicus services. Next session with Olaf.
So, boosting Copernicus user uptake is still our overarching question here, overarching theme. And I would like to introduce you to a very singular project here, which is accelerating member states' user uptake through the FP Cup project. We come to what that means exactly. And to tell us more about this, a very warm welcome to Julia Röhrig from the German Aerospace Center DLR, who is connected online. Ein großes Willkommen, Julia Röhrig.
Hello, good morning. Good morning.
Good morning. And Frédéric Adragna, who is here with me in Toulouse, from the French National Space Center for Space Studies, from French Center for Space Studies, CNES.
Good morning, Olaf. Guten Tag, Julia.
Et un grand bienvenue. Merci d'être avec nous.
Thanks for being with us today.
I'm happy that everybody's connected. Well, you know each other very well. You work together, and you're splitting this presentation in two parts, actually. And we start with Julia, connected from Germany. Julia, well, my first question is the obvious question. What does FPCAP actually stand for?
FPCAP stands for the Framework Partnership Agreement on Copernicus User Uptake.
So there is really a bit of a wordplay in this, because you can obviously hear the picking up the English verb in the FPCAP, which is clearly then related to Copernicus data, of course. But could you tell me a little bit more about, well, the context and the background?
Yes, of course. If I could, or if my slides could be shown, then I think it might be nice. Thank you very much.
Yes, there they are.
We can already go to the next slide, as the term was explained. So yeah, actually the project aims to promote the use of Copernicus in applications and services. It tries and aims to support the European space and service industry. And a third objective, and I think that is something we have already heard this morning and also yesterday, is really to strengthen the access to the value of data we have, as I think, and that is also something we have learned yesterday and also this morning, that it is not enough to have this value of data, that it is really another challenge to make them accessible in a way that the information the end users need is easily accessible, and therefore help the end users to get the information, enabling them for an independent decision making. And here the focus of the project is to address new users which have been not adequately so far addressed by other running activities, but from the perspective of the member states with a high potential, and that comprises commercial users as well as users from the public. Next slide, please. So all of you asked to give me some background. So yeah, the FPCAP project is funded by the European Commission. So those of you who are a bit familiar with the work program and the Commission's user uptake strategy is one specific action, and in all the documents there it's called the Caroline Herschel FPA, Framework Partnership Agreement. And the idea of the instrument was to leverage and extend the user uptake activities of the member states. And in addition, the idea was to give financial support to the activities of the Copernicus Relay and academies. The contract, the FPA, was agreed in 2018 between a consortium led by the German Aerospace Center and DG GROW once, which is now DG Defense. You can see all the participating entity with their logos and some faces at the bottom of the slide. The consortium comprises 50 partners from 23 European countries, and as you can see and have seen also yesterday or this morning, we are lucky that many relevant stakeholders in the member states are part of the consortium, although we are of course aware that not everybody is involved, or at least directly involved. Let me give you here one specific of the project. So it follows a bottom-up approach, which means that the consortium suggests their ideas on user uptake to the Commission and not the other way around. Next slide, please. And this is aimed by 4 different activities. So, of course, and there's also something we heard in the morning. It is important that the target group or the potential user, that they know about Copernicus. And another issue is that they are capable to use it in the most beneficial way for them. So information and training events is an essential part of our activities. A second is building an active user dialogue, and this comprises different activities actually. It can be to further develop the Copernicus user uptake strategy and infrastructure in different countries or region. Another example is, for instance, really to bring together different stakeholders, for instance, dealing with coastal management, them to exchange in a continuous way and exploit and also get ideas how Copernicus could benefit really their daily life. And what we are convinced is that it takes some time really to get Copernicus established in the daily work of different end user groups. A third activity, I think that is also quite clear, is to develop new and pilot user need application and services answering specific user needs. And a fourth part of activities are innovative action, and Frederick will give here for a very good example later on. So what is also key in our project, that already the proposals are developed in close relationship with the potential target group. And while the activities are implemented, feedback and involvement opportunities play also an essential role, because that is what we think is essential to really sustainable establish Copernicus in the work life of the end users, that specific needs are addressed in a continuous way. We are, of course, also aware that we are not the only one doing anything to increase the usage of Copernicus. There are other, of course, bigger players. We heard them this morning, for example, the interested entities. So here we also have a good exchange established also with USPAR coming in this field last year to exploit synergy as best as possible and really complete our activities. Next slide, please. So, yeah, maybe at the end of my general overview, before we go a bit more into details, so we have at the moment now 182 actions running, 7 have completed. You can see it in the graph below. So although we have the FBA running now for 4 years, we are somehow in the middle, I would say, as we expect 40 more actions to start, hopefully, within the next month. Which means that as an action can run up to 3 years, that the completion of our activities can be expected end of 2025. The European Commission has contributed to our activities so far with 14.2 million euro. And let me give you some ideas and summary about our experience we have made. So the FBA instrument has become a highly appreciated instrument for the member states, as it is a very flexible, a suitable instrument to address the specific user needs they are aware of in their states, which means on a national and a local scale. Nonetheless, what we have also experienced is a growing cooperation exchange. That means in addition to the impact we have on in the member states, there's increasing exchange and also the number of joint proposals have significantly increased within the last work program. So nonetheless, we also faces some shortages, I name it as that. So the instrument is not useful to address short-term needs as procedures are quite long. And what we've also experienced that the interest in the instrument has become higher than the budget availability. That means that remains some things we will not get, some needs we will not be able to address in the running FPA. And so I may not talk about Copernicus 2035, but of course for us it is also very important to know, and we are very keen to know, okay, what will come next after the FBA and after the last action is completed? What will be the future user uptake strategy of the European Commission, which we expect to be finalized next year? And of course, for the from member state perspective, key question, will there be another funding instrument for the member states? So that would be my general introduction. Please be welcome to join our webpage. And now I give the floor to Frederic to give some insight from the French perspective.
Thank you so very much. I have the ungrateful job here to remind people of the timing of, while we would like, of course, to speak about so many interesting topics you just alluded to. I think you gave a perfect illustration of where we come from, where we stand. We wanted to go also, because this conference goes under the title Copernicus Horizon 2035, to go to a little bit of outlook, but we're over time here. So I would really ask everybody, go to the website and read and get informed. And I would like to give you the floor now, Frederic, to dig a little bit into the details of the FPCAP program. Et je continue.
And I'll continue in French also, because I think that your preference will go to French. Yes, thank you. In a few words, very quickly, I'll explain how CNES, which is a member of this project, which has been presented, used this project to lead very concrete actions at the national level to further amplify the actions led by CNES. Because that's one of our priorities, to develop the use of space, in particular via our Connect by CNES program to connect the various areas of use via space. So the slides are coming up. So I'll move to the next one. CNES can not only propose actions, as Julius said, it's bottom-up, but CNES can also act as a relay for actions from the Copernicus academies and relays. We organize these two networks, and collectively we build up action proposals that we send to the project, and if accepted by the Commission, we receive the funding and we carry out the actions, so that we can cover the whole spectrum of possibilities and we can multiply these actions in the various regions. For instance, I won't name them all because there are dozens and dozens of actions, but with Aerocampus Aquitaine in Bordeaux, we address the younger audience to raise awareness about the use of a Copernicus. With Université Côte d'Azur and the SAFE cluster, we catalogue trainings and all the actions that have been created. With Polmer, we look at the directives that apply to the maritime world to see whether we can add or use more Copernicus in these directives. And with AISTEC, we'll use Copernicus for local authorities, and with Eurizy, we build testimonial videos, and I'll show you one at the end of my talk. So I'll just focus on one action. We wanted to ask companies to develop commercial services, operational ones, based on concrete needs, and we did that via a challenge with Aerospace Valley. We organized that very quickly. I won't get into the details, but we chose 4 themes. And for each theme, we chose an end user that had a real need that was not yet served by a product. And we turned that into a competition. For each theme, we asked companies, SMEs and startups to bid with very specific commercial services. So we had a lot of candidates, 5 to 8 dossiers per theme. We selected some winners. Each winner received a €50,000 check and a 6-month contract from CNES, financed by the project. And at the end, what we have is twofold. First, 3 operational commercial services operated by the winners. Not 4 because one did not work. It targeted too high. It was innovation. So also, there was a lot of communication around Copernicus and its possibilities, and so new services that were presented at the national level. So that was a bit quick, but that's also to catch up on the time. So my closing message is that we could not carry out all these very concrete actions with real user uptake if we hadn't had the user community, if we hadn't also spoken the user's language. It's very important. If you want to have actions with the maritime world, it's better to work with the Atlantic Pôle Mer. They speak their language, and also organizing events in Brussels, in Brittany rather than in Brussels in English, with people from CNES in A or ESA speaking space language. So it's better to speak the user's language. So I have a personal message to Juspa here. We need to find a way to carry on financing these actions that come from the bottom up, as Julia said, from the relays and academies that are as close as possible to the territories and local areas. That was my presentation.
Just wanted to interject how fascinated I am by this staggering variety of things that are being done with Copernicus data. And more we're digging in this conference, more I'm discovering a bandwidth of different things. On the topic of speaking the language of the actual users, I think this is something which we will touch upon in the next debate. But first, you have prepared a video that somehow highlights a few examples, right?
Oui, voilà, comme je l'ai expliqué, avec Eurizi, en partenariat avec Eurizi.
As I said, in partnership with Eurizi, we collected a number of user testimonials using Copernicus products. And in particular, we made 6 videos available on YouTube. Type Copernicus Eurizi video, and we compiled them for today, and it should be on now.
Enjoy.
Five Copernicus missions are currently in orbit, providing a huge amount of data that we can use to make our world better.
We work to assist ship owners and operators to find solutions to diminish their environmental impact. In particular, we work on assessing the interest of adding wind-assisted ship propulsion systems on board merchant ships.
Notre solution est basée sur les...
Our solution is based on the use of images from the Sentinel and Sentinel-3 satellites from Copernicus, with the aim of monitoring and anticipating water quality parameters on the construction site. The data helped improve the knowledge of the hydro-cemetery functioning of the site before the work started, and during the works they completed the in-situ monitoring system, providing a large-scale vision as well as a weather forecast of the turbidity level for the next 3 days.
We use data from satellites to identify the warmest areas during days in which temperatures exceeded 30 degrees. We mapped greeneries and water body around these transport stops by using data from the European Copernicus satellite Sentinel-2A. Combining all these measurements, we obtain what we call the urban heat vulnerability map of the city of Prague.
This is crucial information for the government to create a transparent and data-based program for electrification and measure the effectiveness and impact of what they do.
Les cartes d'occupation et d'utilisation.
The land cover and land use maps allow us to identify sensitive issues in areas subject to flood risks and also to perform statistical analyses to develop flood risk management plans.
About the impacts of geohazards on our cultural heritage.
To understand how land moves here, we use data from the Sentinel-1 satellites of the Copernicus program. We collected more than 100 images from 2016 to 2019, and we were able to assess ground deformation with millimetric accuracy.
So let's not forget the overarching name of the game today is really boosting Copernicus user uptake. And we very much keep our focus on environmental challenges the Copernicus program helps to explore. And among the users who use Copernicus data for very concrete applications and who are sometimes a little bit overlooked are local authorities. Hence, a very warm welcome to this section on ready-to-use solutions for environmental policies for local authorities. Now, this section is divided into two segments. One is about two examples of local authorities using Copernicus data, and the second is a discussion on their specifics and their needs. So let's start, without losing any time, this example part, for which I welcome, connected from Finland, Jarkko Toivola, who is the Chief Maritime Specialist, the Director of Waterways, and the head of the Maritime Unit at the Finnish Transport and Infrastructure Agency. Et également,
And we also have Benjamin Grant with us, in charge of the Port-la-Nouvelle port in Occitanie, so just round the corner from Toulouse, and Yves Soufflet, who is co-founder of Waves and Sea.
Start with the example from Finland that really highlights the crucial role of Copernicus data for an entire economy that really stands and falls with the availability of those of the satellite support, actually. And if I don't know if you can see that map over there, Jarkko is going to tell us about the boreal, the northern part of the Baltic Sea. Jarkko, the floor's yours.
Thank you, and thanks for being invited. Can I have the first slide? Right. Why satellite images are crucial for Finland, and not only Finland, but also Sweden and Estonia in their reachability in year-round maritime traffic. Can I get the next one? Because this one is a nice one slide. But when we look at the region as in all, and what we have normal, some mild winters might be there. There's a big variation between winters, but on a normal, and especially in hard winters, the assisted distances, the conditions which the vessels have to travel in heavy ice conditions, are several hundred miles. And in the very hard winters, the whole Baltic is frozen. All in all, in a hard winter, it can be 5,000 cases where vessels can't reach Finland without being assisted. And almost the same figure applies to Sweden and to some extent also to Estonia. Can I have the next one? Now, winters change, and there is a climate change, which of course affects the overall situation, but the variation has been from the 16th century, where the information is collected, very huge. And even at the moment, when you look this right-hand graph of the mountain of ice, daily ice amount in the Baltic Sea, that's from years 2006 to 2020, the yellow average tells an average. Last winter, the red one wasn't fully on even on the average, although momentarily above that. But then again, 2010-11, we had a winter where not only the all cover of ice, but the momentarily drops, meaning heavy ridging and brass barriers were in the region. And this is now where, when the Met Ocean and ice information is actually reliable only 3 to 5 days ahead, where our core and the most important source of the ice conditions comes in the picture. Now, Copernicus Sentinel-1 saying the radar images which can pass through the darkness and clouds and give us the ice condition information, they are vital for the country to survive. On the northern part of the Bay of Bothnia, we typically have 6 months of conditions where the assistance is needed. Can I have the next slide? And we are not talking about the ice conditions that you have on a skating rink or a lake or pond where the ice is flat and nice to skate, but we are talking about sea ice which heavily drifts, causes pressure, which can even damage the vessel. So we are in the case of looking primary safety, but also reachability and the economical benefits being huge in the sense that if we can choose the right routing and prevent vessels to get in harm's way on a difficult situation, that is the only way that we can keep the system running in an efficiency needed for modern days just-on-time logistic needs. And as you see, even for instance on the left down corner, even the strongest ro-ro vessels might need, in the hardest conditions, 2 icebreakers if they've got into the wrong place, so to say. Can I have the next slide, please? And the reality on the severe winters means that the conditions last. Maybe it's not visible, but that's a month between those 2 pictures. And not only the red causing or meaning and heavy ice conditions, but then the black dots meaning that there is a heavy ridging on the region. Finding the right way will, first of all, be safe. Secondly, be more efficient economically and environmentally. So all these benefits are here, and we need them. We need the satellite images. It's actually lately been challenged with some other radar satellites going down, and also even on the Copernicus Sentinel for the long lead time for ordering pictures. We would like to have a kind of an tasking quota, rapid tasking quota or something like that, where especially after a storms, when the ice situation has dynamically and heavily changed, we would get the information needed. That would be very beneficial. Next slide, please. Oh, there is still this one. It shows that it is not only Finland, but it's Finland and Sweden together, mainly in the Bay of Bothnia region. We have a common management system where the satellite images are showing the most information about the ice condition, but we are managing our icebreaker fleets, giving ice restriction, and all in all managing the overall situation for the benefit of both countries. And this is not related to the single flag of a vessel, but all the vessels sailing in the region are under this system. So all in all, as most of our foreign trade, almost 90% goes via sea, to have the system working, reliable and safe. It's beneficial for the economy, but it's critical also for the safety to have this information available. I think this was the last one. Thank you. And
Jarko, thank you very much. And I really, really would like to use this moment to hammer the message home that here is an economy in Finland that has large chunks that stand and fall with the availability of Copernicus pictures. This is really, really serious business, of course. And now we come to another example, ici en Occitanie, où nous sommes.
Here in Toulouse, in the Occitanie region, I need to start by saying that the wave and sea started out as wave and sea, S-double-E, so to see, to look, and not so much the sea as in sea and oceans. Benjamin, I think you're going to kick us off. Absolutely. Well, thank you very much for this great honor that you are bestowing upon the Occitanie region and allowing us to present this project. Some of you might be aware of this project. It's a project that has to do with the extension of the port. The aim is to allow this harbor that had infrastructure that was no longer fit for purpose, allow this harbor, this port, to become much more dynamic, to be much more open, and to open up new economic opportunities. It's a very ambitious and innovative project. First of all, the project in and of itself is innovative because with these new infrastructure, we will have wind farms that will be floating off the harbour. It's innovative when you look at its construction because some of the structures have been completely designed with biodiversity in mind. And it's also a project that is innovative when it comes to follow-up because, for instance, you have a monitoring system at the north and the south of the port, a sedimentary follow-up, something that is really very granular and allows us for a very long-term follow-up. I should like also to thank Yves for being on stage today and for his partnership over the years. Waves and Sea is a very good partner for us because we look at the satellite images and we are able to follow the situation on the ground, or on the water, rather. And I'm now going to hand over the floor to him so that he can talk you through the technical aspects of these satellite images and what he can derive from them. Thank you very much, Benjamin. Over you to Yves for more detailed and technical explanations. And we're running for time, but we want to hear from you.
As you said, Olaf, Waves and Seas with CSEE. So basically, we dedicated to video monitoring of the nearshore. We post cameras on the beach and look continuously at all the evolution of the morphologic and hydrodynamics of the sites. But for Waves and Sea, for Port-la-Nouvelle, as Benjamin mentioned, we have to get an overview on both sides of the harbor. And we posted videos from each side, but we wanted to go a bit larger than that. So we use Sentinel-2 images with a tool which is called COSSAT, which basically use different channels of the image to detect automatically coastline. And this really allows us to compare the high frequency, high resolution coastline. We're below tens of centimeters with the video, with Sentinel imagery, which are 10 meters resolution and with different frequency. So we wanted really to see if those two projects were comparable and if we could extract the information that we had locally to get the global pictures of the coastline dynamics in Port-la-Nouvelle, which is quite complex, specifically when there are large construction nearby. So basically what you see here is a comparison of coastlines detected from the video and from Sentinel images. Sometimes you've got also Pleiad images coming as well. And you see an example of the which bits evolution during time. So high frequency with large variation with storms and accretion with the dunes, sand dunes, which are coming nearby in this array. And we get the global evolution from the Sentinel imagery, which comes very close actually to the coastline from the video. So it's basically the first time that we develop such tools, and we'll now use it to get an extended view of the evolution near Port and Well. Thank you.
Yves et Benjamin, merci beaucoup.
Yves and Benjamin, many thanks for this presentation. And after a short break, we'll be moving on to the discussion.
And we've seen a few examples, and now let's dig into the debate really on local authorities that use Copernicus data. And let me welcome for this debate on the other side, Marc Tondriot, the chairman of the European Associations for Remote Sensing Companies, Thierry Cotel, the chairman of the Network of European Regions Using Space Technologies, and Fiammetta Diani, head of market, downstream and innovation at the European Union Agency for the Space Programme. A very warm welcome to all of you. And I would like to start with you, Thierry Cotel. Vous êtes également conseiller régional.
You are also an advisor to the Occitanie region, where we are right now. So thank you very much for your warm welcome here in this lovely region. As a local advisor and as a chairman of the NERIS network, you've probably got a word to say about Waves and Sea that we've just heard from. I imagine that it epitomizes what can be done at local level with Copernicus's data. Can you tell us a bit more about the importance of that example to you? Well, I think that you've all seen how important Wave and Sea is. I mean, there are applications that are very practical. I mean, Copernicus was used for this construction work on the harbour that you saw a minute ago, and it helped us follow up very closely on the construction work. But there are many, many more examples that could be showcased when it comes to using Copernicus and its data for our daily lives. Olaf, earlier you were saying that during this conference you've learned a lot, and I can say the same thing. I'm not from the space world. I don't know much about stars, but nonetheless I am very happy to be here and learning so much from these applications that have a true impact on our daily lives for local authorities, but also for the citizens that we all are. So we need to push so that this data can help us improve lives. And I think that the whole range of possibility is one of the great richness that we can draw from this reference.
As chairman of your organization, you have proposed the Finnish example. And what was striking to me is that here, in this northern part of the Baltic Sea, the Gulf of Bothnia, it really, as I said before, that there is an economy that stands and falls with the availability of Copernicus data. Could you develop a bit what makes this example so striking and exemplary for you?
Okay, yes, I will try. Good morning first. Just to say, the example we have shown is one of the about 20 studies that ERSC ran in the past 3-4 years with the support of ESA, which aims at demonstrating the Sentinel benefits, economic benefits for the society and also for the local and national entities. I think it's important to give this message that Copernicus now and the Copernicus services have reached a point where we are not talking only about scientific or research areas, but really diving into the real life, meaning the real economy. And that's something, a key message we at ERSC, which is gathering the remote sensing companies, specifically acting in the downstream sector. We want really to pass globally in order to push for the market uptake of these Copernicus services.
Mark, in the past few minutes, I have underlined twice that this economy stands and falls with availability of Copernicus data, and that has a reason, which is that, as Jarkko highlighted, there are moments when there is an enormous part of the bandwidth of data that is used for other services, and he would like to have more reliable, more often availability of this data. What can be done about that?
Thank you for asking the question. It's not the easiest one, I must say. Something I think which is very important is to make the end users aware of what they can do with the data and the services built on this data. The awareness is certainly one of the biggest breaking factor for the market uptake in both for local authorities but also in the commercial business. Just to give some figures here, we are talking about talking about industry and the industrial offer. We are talking about 730 companies working in this area for a total of a bit more than 1.5 billion euros of sales. Most of these applications are still with public sector, which represent about 53–54% of the applications. And the local authorities are representing no more than 6%. So it just gives an idea of what can be done further for spreading the benefits of using these services, more specifically in these local and regional authorities we are talking about today. We have discussed that with Thierry. It's clearly a big job for making the people more aware of what they can do. We have also to work on the procurement issue because it's also somehow a breaking factor on the local authorities have difficulties to procure new things, and more specifically new things which need some medium-term vision, because for the Copernicus of services, indeed, the main benefit is to look at the evolution, at the trends. It's not only one shot. We must, and that's something on which the local authorities have some difficulties in the procurement process.
The procurement process is an important bit to it, which surprised me a little bit. When I accepted to moderate this conference, I thought it was about rocket science here, and then the times I ended up speaking about the economics underpinning this sector. It's striking, but maybe we come to this a little bit later. I would like to, before I come to you, Fiammetta, I would like to take your stance on making all the possibilities known and ask Thierry something. You made the point when we spoke earlier, I think very, very important point, that the language that is being used in well, most information about Copernicus data, and it's very striking that we're doing this here in France in English, is the English language, which is not accessible to everybody on this continent. It's just a matter of fact. So you've highlighted this I think very, very important point. Could you develop a little bit about that?
Well, what we see on our side is that dissemination of Copernicus data is not equal in all of the European regions, and that's true. The language used is English, and that's going to give a cutting edge to those who can speak English fluently. And we've seen that in some regions, the regions that are very active or very well known in space. For instance, the Région Occitanie region. Well, the space applications are not perhaps used as much as they could be elsewhere. For instance, in the Azores regions, which is quite surprising. It's not just a question of language, but also a question of political will, investment, research, and understanding. That is, to understand that space applications can improve everybody's daily lives. So there are major differences, and that's true. Languages might slow down some countries, including France, as you probably know. That is, so that we have a good uptake, so that people use the data.
Would you say these data should be available in Estonian, Greek, and Portuguese, and so on?
Well, yeah, as I was saying, it very much depends on the use we make of data. Again, it's a question of will, and perhaps to do specific things in some areas where we think that perhaps people wouldn't use space data. And that's true in all fields. For instance, we were talking about agriculture earlier on with Mark. And when we start understanding the economic benefits in using space data, for instance, for the farming industry, it's an industry, as you know, which is not necessarily going to look up, but look rather down at the Earth. But if you look at how we could use the data, economically speaking, it could give you a cutting edge, something that some regions could gain.
Fiammetta, we have seen, not only in this past half hour, but over this whole conference, a richness of examples of things that are being done. And there, of course, every user at the end ends up exposing desires and needs. What is your first reaction from the side of the European Union Agency for the Space Program?
Yes, it was indeed very enriching to listen to all these examples, especially for us at the EU Agency for the Space Program that are coming in the Copernicus family very recently. We are coming with the experience of Galileo. So yesterday, President Macron quoted the more than 2 billion users of Galileo. That is also thanks to the work we did in this field. And we would like now to bring this experience also in Copernicus. And our goal is to focus indeed what we call the other users. So we are entering in this field not to redo what is well done already by the interested entities and by all the actors, but to create this new usage Copernicus, especially for business and commercial users. So
if I may just interrupt you there, because if I understand right, other users, that's actually part of your job description, isn't it? That is the term of it. Could you lay out, like, if you say other users, of course, it's defined in comparison to somebody. Who are the other users, and who is the other of the other? Is that a way to phrase it?
No, yes, that's a good point. So Copernicus, we heard about, is a fantastic system widely used by what we call the core users. So it has been a policy-driven program, but we think there is a potential out there that is much bigger. So especially business and commercial users, but also SME and startups that can answer to the local authorities' needs. And so this is what we want to target. So when I say other users, I mean, for example, in our market report that is recently published, we noticed that the insurance and finance market will grow from being marginal today to almost 18%, but also the infrastructure maintenance, the renewable energy. So there are many areas where indeed there are, let's say, pioneering utilization, but not as large as we think it could be. So we will focus on it. We also calculated, because we are talking about Copernicus 2035, we have calculated that in the next decade, the revenues will almost double. From 2.8 to 5.5 billion euros. And so we wanted to help the European economy, the companies, the local authority to really benefit and be the first to benefit of this growth. So this is what we are doing. And how, maybe?
Exactly. What is Facebook actually doing for these people, their needs, their desires, their...
Yes, so we think that the key factor is to really enter in the operational use that the end users do. So in our team, we have people that are really specialized in the final user, final market sector that are able to enter in the dynamics. We will launch a set of demonstrators and then operational implementation to really involve the end users in this final use. And one example of initiative we started for green cities, so to calculate KPIs to monitor their environmental policies using Copernicus data, so emissions, atmosphere monitoring, air pollution, but also using navigation data because we work on the synergies with Galileo, so traffic flows, bike lanes, and so on, so that they can shape and their new actions to become even greener. So a set of activities. And we think the involvement of SME and startup is a key factor, so maybe we can go back to it later on.
Let's see, we have 5 minutes. We are rushing all through all these debates, but I think there's so many interesting topics. And as language is a point, je continue un peu en français.
I'll continue in French. Thierry, you were talking about offerings, which is really very important. And yet it is relatively unknown, which is something you've said as well. So what can we do so that people are aware of the offering? Well, I think what it takes is a political will at a European level, which is what we've been saying in the past 2 days and yesterday during conclusion time. What we need is a tangible deployment strategy, and people have to be aware of the use of Copernicus data throughout Europe, in all of our countries. This is what we need. We need to pass on information and to reach out to users, citizens, and also the public players. We were talking about procurement earlier on, and people don't know at all what the applications look like. And it's through public procurement that we could develop and foster economic development and very concrete applications. But we are ready if the European Commission and if the European Space Agency want this, and I know that they want it, we would like to play a role so that we disseminate all of that and information throughout Europe with a number of actions that we've developed with Copernicus for Region, for instance. We've worked on many themes so as to try and share information as much as we could through concrete examples that provide tangible solutions for the end users.
It's for who has followed this conference, it must seem that I have an obsession to speak about procurement rules for public markets. But in this discussion, it's you who brought it up. And in our prior conversation, you said that the current procurement rules are not very suited. What to do about them? How to change them? Where should we be going to?
Well, there are already some initiatives for that. Just to talk about the pre-commercial procurement approach, which is pushed by the European Commission in several initiatives. I think that's something, that a tool which could be more used, including at a regional level as well, for procuring new services. There is another point which I would like to highlight here is the high fragmentation of the offer, because in the industry it's true that there are many SMEs working in this area, and we need, and that's something on which ERSC is working, we need to give opportunities of these SMEs to work together to build up common solutions. And there is also a fragmentation in the demand, of course, because we are talking about end users in the local authorities, and here we need as well to better organize the procurement, the common procurement of some shared between some entities, local cities or regions, in order to make the life easier, both for procuring and for delivering. And that's something on which we are, of course, ready to work with EUSPA.
And I just wanted to hand over the ball to Fiammetta. Mark has mentioned SMEs. What's your take on the role of SMEs and startups to increase the use of Copernicus data?
Yes, so thanks, Mark. Indeed, we are cooperating on this. So we do believe that startups and SME can bring new business models, can try, maybe fail, but then find the right solution and have this freedom, let's say, relatively freedom to do compared to the big industry. So for this at EUSPA, we are working with the European Commission. We are the right arm for Cassini, the initiative for entrepreneurship. We have already mobilized the 1,000 startups that we are supporting, and we are going now to the second phase of our My Space Cassini initiative, in which we will have 43 new startups, SME, that will play with the space data in our different topics. And we will have in the 1st of June, our entrepreneurship day, in which we will invite all the community to share these new companies and this new success. And let me say also at EUSPA, we are enlarging our team to be closer to the users. So we are recruiting. So for the people who are listening that want to join our adventure, so please check on our website this important opportunity. Thanks, Olaf.
And thank you very much. We have reached, unfortunately, again, the time limit. So, grazie mille, Fiammetta. Merci beaucoup, Thierry. Merci, and thank you very much, Mark, for this debate. And we are ready for the well-deserved coffee break and being back with the next round at 11:15.
A great pleasure to welcome back to this next session, Fostering Market Development in Europe. Let's have a look now on the state of the European Earth observation market with our keynote. This morning, I'm so happy to welcome Rodrigo da Costa. Welcome. You are the Executive Director of the European Union Agency for the Space Program. You are going, Rodrigo, to introduce the market trends concerning the different Earth observation applications. The lecture is all yours.
Thank you very much, and good morning, ladies and gentlemen, dear colleagues. I'm really delighted to be here with you today, speaking at the Copernicus Horizons 2035 colloquium this morning. Now, as Executive Director of the European Union Agency for the Space Program, also known as EUSPA, and on behalf of all my colleagues, let me tell you how honored and excited we are to take part of this European Earth observation community, being now as an agency in charge of promoting the commercial utilization of Copernicus data and Copernicus services. Commissioner Breton has recalled it yesterday. Copernicus is the best Earth observation system in the world. There is no wonder that when a disaster strikes, the first satellite images that make the news are the ones of the sentinels. Copernicus plays also a key role to safeguard our planet for future generations, and thus it is widely used by governments, national agencies, and institutions, providing unique insights into the Earth and its environment. However, all the opportunities brought by the Earth observation system are still not grabbed by our private European companies. There are obvious benefits that Earth observation offers to the commercial downstream market, and you certainly know them. Farmers can obtain information about the health of their crops or the status of their soil for sustainable nutrient management. Urban planners can better plan the design and development of greener cities by monitoring air quality, light pollution, and mapping green areas. Earth observation can support infrastructure health monitoring, delivering information on risk exposure and future impacts of climate change, and thus contributing to the design of more resilient and sustainable infrastructures. And Earth observation can also help energy and utility companies to select locations with optimal conditions and provide environmental impact assessments. A few weeks ago, we published our annual market report, now and for the first time, covering Earth observation and satellite navigation. The market intelligence contained in this work shows that Europe already plays a leading role in the downstream Earth observation market, particularly in data analysis. SMEs and startups account for more than 93% of European Earth observation companies, showcasing the importance of small companies for the European EO economy. With the revenue set to double from roughly 2.8 billion euro to over 5.5 billion euro over the next decade, the market for Earth observation applications is boosted by a large pool of value-added services that impact many different segments, especially in those of climate services, urban development and cultural heritage, agriculture, energy and raw materials, and the insurance and finance segments. For example, the insurance and finance segment will see the fastest growth over the next decade in terms of revenues. Also, in other segments with already a strong prevalence of satellite navigation, such as transport or even construction, Earth observation revenues will grow and support their green and digital transition to become more sustainable and more efficient. For instance, Earth observation can help construction companies to select locations with best conditions, monitor the health of infrastructures during their lifetime, and provide environmental impact assessment, contributing to the design of more resilient and sustainable infrastructures. It is therefore imperative and of strategic importance for us Europeans to support the increase of the market share of companies using Copernicus, both at European and at global level. At EUSPA, we are rising to this challenge by supporting and working together with the European Commission in the development and implementation of the market uptake strategy of Copernicus to maximize the economic, social, and societal benefits provided by the European Earth Observation Programme. As part of our core tasks is to communicate, develop the market, and promote Copernicus data, information, and services, in complement, of course, to the activities that are already performed by other interested entities and as well by the European Commission. On our side, we are focused on what we call the so-called other users, which are represented mostly by businesses, commercial and private companies, but also research, academic, and non-governmental users. At EUSPA, we have revamped our team, and we have adopted multilingual communications and market uptake strategy to ensure equal dissemination of Copernicus knowledge across all member states, a very important topic that was already mentioned this morning. EUSPA intends as well to become the EU platform of knowledge sharing, expertise, and market intelligence. It is important to leave no one behind and bridge the gaps between the member states lacking Earth observation and satellite navigation knowledge. And we are committed to do so. We have now put in place new funding schemes, such as Horizon Calls, innovative competitions where Copernicus is a central theme. And we have onboarded Copernicus experts to help us drive Earth observation innovation, develop new value-adding solutions, and help EUSPA better engage with our Earth observation community. Let me just focus as well on an important element, which is the promotion of the market uptake of Copernicus in synergetic use with the other EU space program components, in particular in the area of satellite navigation. Indeed, by combining satellite navigation, Earth observation, and in addition satellite communication technology, we can address, for example, natural disasters or crises, such as fires and earthquakes at different fronts and all in one. Now, thanks to the strong leadership of the European Union institutions, and with the valuable contribution of the Copernicus interested entities, at EUSPA we will make our best use of our Earth observation market intelligence to roll out new services and solutions that will help address pressing societal changes and deliver on the European Union priorities. My team and I are of course very much looking forward to working with all of you and with the space representatives of the Council, of its presidency, to expand the Copernicus uptake and reach new heights for our common EU space program. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Please come have a seat next to me. I have a couple of questions. We have maybe 5 minutes left. In your speech, your presentation, dear Rodrigo, you mentioned today's most dynamic markets. So if you were an entrepreneur today, let's say, which market segment would you prefer to work on?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question. I think it's a very good question, because if you are an entrepreneur and entering into a new market, and of course with a certain knowledge of space, it is also very important to have a good knowledge of the user market. So the question somehow becomes very personal, because I would have to link it with my personal interests and, if you want, my personal knowledge. And I hope we will have many entrepreneurs, many business owners listening to us today, and they certainly make this link between knowledge of space data and space, but also knowledge of the specific field where they are working and where they are developing their applications, their solutions. For me, personally, definitely the maritime area. I will not bring the usual link of the Portuguese and the 500 years ago seamen that went to the sea. It's more really of a personal aspect, because I am a sailor, a free-time sailor, and therefore maritime would be naturally the area where I would go and look for opportunities. I think there are, in particular in maritime, there is quite a lot of potential. We are seeing it, for example, in the area of satellite navigation, with starting replacement of, let's say, some of the old aid navigations by new systems, but also in the area of Earth observation, current monitoring, weather forecast naturally, etc., where there is really a lot of potential in the maritime sector for the use of space data.
I cannot help asking you the same question, because we are obviously in this conference, Copernicus Horizon 2035. Rodrigo, what is your vision of Copernicus? What does the Horizon 2035 looks like for you?
No, I think my vision of Copernicus and the vision that we share in our agency is really of a Copernicus that is widely used. So, as I mentioned in my intro speech, I think the utilization is key. I think a lot has been done, and indeed, in what we would call the institutional sector, I think Copernicus, and we have seen throughout these days many examples of and excellent examples where Copernicus is widely used. Now I think it is time indeed to bring Copernicus to the businesses, to bring Copernicus to the commercial solutions, and in particular to use Earth observation data stemming from Copernicus, its satellites, its in-situ measurements, etc., and link it with other space data. Link it with either space data, for example, satellite navigation, for example, telecommunications. We have discussed yesterday at length the new secure connectivity initiative that is being launched. I think if we look at the future, and if we look in 2035, when we turn to the users, they will see space data coming. There may be images from the Earth stemming from Copernicus, precise positioning from Galileo and EGNOS, connectivity capability all around the world from the Secure Connectivity Initiative, and this will really provide the solutions. The users will become more and more, if you want, agnostic on the source of the data, where is the data coming from, but really looking at where does this data add value to my business. And now I link back. For my case, in 2035, well, I will not yet be retired, but maybe not very far from that, so I will be looking at the maritime application, and maybe at that point in time I will be developing my applications.
Oh, well, this is good news. Thank you so much, dear Rodrigo, for your time. Thank you very much for your attention, and we'll move to the next session with my dear colleague, Olaf. So we have moved from
fostering, accelerating user uptake, to developing markets around Copernicus. And there is one project we really are delighted to introduce to you, which is Cassini, and specifically the Cassini Hackathon. And therefore, I have the pleasure to welcome Benoit de Vrieze here with me today. Benoit, I made it a joke over the last days to, as far as I can handle language-wise, to say welcome to everybody in their specific language, so I have to do it with you. So also, een heel grote welkom, Benoit de Vrieze. Well, I'm doing it in Dutch, for you it would be Flemish. Anyway, you are the Open Innovation Consultant at Verhaert. I would like to say a few words on what is Verhaert, what you are doing there before you come to your presentation on the Cassini Hackathon.
Verhaert is a company from Flanders working on open innovation initiatives, and particularly in the space and downstream space sector. And I'm here on the invitation of the people over at DigiDefi, for whom we work on the Cassini Hackathons and Mentoring project.
Perfect, thank you very much. So more about the Cassini Hackathon. You have a presentation, haven't you? The floor is yours. Thank you very much.
So, as said before, it's an honor to be here to present the Cassini Hackathons and Mentoring. And the Cassini Hackathons and Mentoring is an initiative of the, or an action more so of the European Commission. Launched in 2021, Cassini is a new entrepreneurship support initiative targeted, as Rodrigo said before, as targeting Copernicus, Galileo, Agnos, and also GovSatcom in the future. And with this new initiative, the European Commission and OISPA really intend to boost the space entrepreneurship across the European Union. And the first real concrete action of this Cassini initiative is the Cassini Hackathons and Mentoring. And that's what I'm here to talk to you about today. The Cassini Hackathons and Mentoring is, in the first place, a series of hackathon events that are happening all across Europe. And each of these hackathon events is a hybrid event happening across 10 locations in Europe, and over the years we'll work together with over 60 local organizers from all over Europe, and those are local innovation intermediaries and companies and accelerators which are very happy to contribute to this Cassini Hackathons initiative with their local ecosystem. Now, these hackathons are basically a two-day events where the innovation process of very talented participants is sort of fast-tracked, and we always say 2 months of learning are packaged into 2 days, and they really helped moving forward in conceptualizing a business solution. That means they start from a real problem there is, a real user problem, and then coming up with a solution based on the EU's space data and signals. Now, the hackathons don't stand on their own, because the 3 winners of each of these hackathons get access to the Cassini mentoring program. And that Cassini mentoring program stretches out over 6 months and really helps these teams to move from a hackathon project to an early stage startup. To give you a bit of an idea of how it looks, these are some images from our first hackathon we've had last year in June. It was about digitizing green spaces, a very relevant topic for local authorities, as we've heard this morning. And as you see, these Cassini hackathons were immediately designed in a COVID period and for a sort of hybrid and virtual way of doing this type of innovation competitions. And last year in June, we had less opportunities than we have, I must say, today to organize these events in person. But you can see how this goes. We also had our second edition in the fall of last year about connecting the Arctic, also a very relevant topic. If you just heard yesterday, the Secure Connectivity Initiative being launched. And as you see, we had gatherings of physical participants already all across Europe working together on some solutions to connect the local communities and the businesses operating in the Arctic region with the help of Earth observation, satellite navigation, and GovSatcom. And it's in these types of innovation competitions that you really can see the synergies coming across these different space technologies. Now, this is not the end of the Cassini hackathons and mentoring. We have a few more hackathons before us, and our next hackathon is in May this year, from May 12th to May 14th, and it's titled Revisit Europe. And it's all about the tourism sector. And maybe in contrast to the previous initiatives and to other efforts helping to promote the user uptake of Copernicus, we're really going for a consumer market here. The tourism industry is one of the hardest hit industries by the COVID pandemic, and really deserves this chance for revival after the COVID measures will hopefully be lifted by this summer. But not only that, tourism is also a sector that could benefit greatly from more sustainable business models and more sustainable ways of traveling, and also much further digitalization. And together with the colleagues over at DG Grow, we've come up with 3 important challenges that we will challenge all the people across who will participate in the hackathon on. It's about finding sustainable destinations. It's about experiencing our cities and cultures, and about exploring nature with care. And these 3 challenges were really identified as a sort of overarching umbrellas under which we will challenge our hackathon participants to find some very concrete customer problems to fix, and with Earth observation, amongst others. And so we hope with this 3rd Cassini hackathon to move from a sort of current tourism sector towards a more resilient, a more sustainable, and a more digital tourism sector. The hackathon, important to mention, is an event that is open for everyone. Everyone with a passion for tourism. This event is not something that is reserved for people who have been educated on using space data, Copernicus data, or geoinformation scientists for that matter, but it's really open to all European students, entrepreneurs, researchers, engineers, designers, tourism professionals who want to participate. And it's also open for everyone across the EU 27, Norway, Iceland, and Switzerland to participate in. With 10 locations across Europe, people can either choose to participate on site at the hackathon, but they can also very well participate remotely. So a very open event for everyone to take part in. And as we are, of course, wanting people to get started with space technology, we don't require them to come in with any knowledge, and we'll be supporting them with online resources, some courses that I'll be giving, some experts, for example, from OISPA that will also be present at the hackathon, as well as relevant data sets and access to a whole network of people across Europe who are working on the same topic. Now, As said before, the hackathons are not sort of the endpoint for these teams. Some of these teams get access to the Cassini mentoring. In the hackathons, there's also a competition aspect where the most promising teams or hackathon projects are selected, and those teams get access to the mentoring program to turn their hackathon project into a real early stage startup. And over the course of 6 months, we're helping these teams to get there with an extensive mentoring program. And you see here some of the faces of the teams currently enrolled in the mentoring program. Those are the winners from our last 2 editions. Now, that's everything I had to present to you today. If you want to know more about this very first concrete action of the Cassini initiative, then you can go to hackathons.cassini.eu for more information.
Benoit, thank you so much. And we still do have a few minutes for some questions. You ended with the participants that then go to the mentoring stage, and it is all, of course, meant to be developed into real projects that really take life. So I wanted to ask you, what is really the support these teams need in order to turn their projects into successful, well, living project startups?
Yeah, it's a very good question. And something to be understood is that, of course, these teams are very immature at the beginning of such a trajectory. They just did a hackathon together, got to know each other for a weekend. And one of the things that they need most is to have some structure, to have a sort of framework to work within, and somebody who helps them set priorities in order to not just waste their time on everything. And then the second thing that we need, and this is something that we of course can't just give them, that is they mostly need time. Time to go at the door, talk to some of their potential customers, to develop a prototype, etc. And what we can do from the mentoring program is to set them up with experts on subject matters, so to help them accelerate that journey and spend less of their time on it.
So for somebody just from the outside, just to imagine how this mentoring works, this is really the participants who are selected then have access to a host of different experts that basically cuts short on time they would otherwise need to find out themselves.
Yeah, so we work with a lead mentor who guides these teams throughout the 6-month trajectory and then engages other expert mentors from across Europe to help them on specific subject matters. Yeah.
Wonderful. Now we really wish all success to all teams that participate, to all winning teams, to all teams that really muster up the courage to turn this into successful projects, into successful startups. And you have brought us a video, haven't you? Could you say just 2 words on it and then we go for it?
Yeah, so we have a couple of videos of some of the teams that have participated in the hackathon and afterwards also in the mentoring program.
Benoit, thank you so much, and let's go for the video.
Hi, my name is Cécile Chauvin, and I'm presenting on behalf of my team, Fietan, on our project about soil erosion in Iceland. So we went from the fact that soils in Iceland contain up to 80% carbon, and because of erosion, the top layer of that soil is being taken away, and those gas emissions are released into the air, which obviously contributes to climate change. Now, there's ways that you can do something about this, but first you have to know where erosion is happening. So our idea was to use Copernicus data and ground truth data, not only to map out remotely where erosion is happening in Iceland, but also to predict where erosion is likely to happen or to worsen. So with this project, we were lucky enough to win the 2nd Cassini hackathon. We're just so happy to have the opportunity to take this project from project to reality and to make a change about this.
We are
a French team located in New Caledonia. I'm a PhD student in computer science and graph theory. I'm Erwan. I am an entrepreneur and also a software engineer specialized in IoT. So Sunless is a software where we can actually analyze satellite images, but also economic data, social data, demographic and environmental data. And in order to help the decision makers in construction infrastructure to see the impact, whether it's negative or positive. The Copernicus data has a lot of satellite images, and with the resolution up to 20 meters, maybe 10 centimeters, with such a good resolution in the satellite images, we can segment object in the satellite images to detect its roads or buildings or parks or even all the vegetation. And with satellite data, we can analyze every city in the world.
Satellites is currently a team of 2. And Shireen is our scientific expert. And my name is Jasper, and I am working mostly on the tech and business development. So the essence of what Satellites does is provide easy to understand environmental information for consumers that are looking at properties in travel or real estate booking platforms. These travelers and prospective homeowners are trying to find the ideal location for travel or living, but are currently having a difficult time differentiating properties based on the external environment at the location. This has the potential to greatly affect their experience. For instance, take air quality. In Europe, over 15% of people have sensitive lungs due to COPD and asthma alone, and this number only grows.
The expert mentoring that we received from Copernicus has helped us to fast-track the setup of our business and enabled us to create our MVP in 5 months. And that will ensure that we always have a strong panel of advisors that can answer questions that come up in the future.
Honestly, if you have an idea and you think that people can benefit from it, just go for it. You never know. If you talk to enough people about it and people seem excited, chances are that you have something. And if not, you have a beautiful experience.
And I'm specifically happy, I'll say, and really proud to open this next session. We're going to focus on the eShape initiative with Raphaël Barbier. It's Raphaël's first appearance on stage, so really a warm welcome to you, Raphaël. Just a couple of words to introduce you. You have graduated from a master's degree in science and executive engineering at l'école Mines Paris-Tech, PSL University, France, of course, in 2018, with a major in engineering design and innovation management. You're currently preparing a PhD in management science at Les Mines Paris-Tech, investigating socio-economic value creation from Earth observation data. And you're especially involved in the H2020 EU-funded eShape project you're going to present as leader of the work package in charge of developing co-design methods to support the development of Earth observation data-based services for different types of users. So there's a little presentation you're going to do, and then we'll have a video explaining all that. The floor is all yours, dear Raphaël.
Thanks very much for inviting me. So I will first start with a little introduction on the eShape project that started in 2019 and funded for a 4-year period by the European Commission. So this project gathers 69 partners all over Europe that put joint efforts on developing 37 pilot applications in 7 main areas that are agriculture, health, renewable energy, ecosystem, water, disaster, and climate. But actually, eShape is also more than a research project. It also has the broader ambition of supporting Copernicus uptake and establishing the European contribution to the Group on Earth observations. So it has several objectives, developing operational EO services with and for users, demonstrating the benefits of EO, leveraging on existing using state-of-the-art EU resources such as Copernicus, also promoting the uptake of pilots and their long-term sustainability at national and international scale, and also raising awareness on these solutions through dedicated outreach activities. So several work package teams help the pilots to reach these different objectives within the project. But today I will specifically focus on the work package on co-design that is led by my research organization, the Center for Management Science at MINParisTech PSL University. And with my colleagues, Skander Banyaha, Pascal Lemasson, and Benoît Veil. So we have been working on building a co-design methodology that is adapted to the Earth observation context, especially leveraging our expertise in design theory and methods for innovation, and also based on continuous interactions and experimentations with E-shape pilots. So going back to the objectives of E-shape and more generally the vision of the Group on Earth Observation community, well, we actually need to go beyond the usual understanding of co-design that mainly focuses on one-shot actions between one data provider and one data user towards a methodology that precisely targets resiliency by building building relationships between a large variety of actors beyond end users, and also taking a dynamic and long-term perspective. So this is precisely on this second approach that we have focused our research efforts within E-shape. So let's have a look at the most important results coming from E-shape. So a first key insight is that actually the co-design methodology should not only focus on the workshop themselves, but should also include dedicated phase that diagnosis the co-design needs. That means identifying the different types of cooperations that need to be strengthened or built all over the development timeline of the EU application. So this has led us to identify four main types of co-design, depending on the scope and the context of the cooperation. So depending on whether you are, for example, interacting with a user that you already know, or a user that you hardly know, or with a partner that would help you to support the engineering of the service, or if you want to have a broader exploration on future applications based on existing ones. And a second key insight is that following this diagnosis phase, the co-design workshops and actions themselves have to follow specific guidelines to target resiliency. So looking at this diagnosis phase first, so we have built a certain number of patterns and guidelines, for example, a framework representing the overall pilot context, and also we had some in-depth interactions with pilots that particularly proved to be helpful for pilots to formalize their objectives and their understanding of the users' communities. And these guidelines also proved to be very helpful for pilots for identifying the relevant types of co-design actions at different time horizons, and thus building a kind of action plan. Second, if we look at the co-design actions themselves, so we have set up again a certain number of guidelines following a rigorous process for each type of co-design that I will not be able to detail here, but I will just highlight some important aspects, especially concerning the outcomes that do not only consist in designing a single EO-based application, but rather formalizing a range of cooperation forms at different time horizons. And it especially includes two elements, designing the which means explicitly agreeing on the form of the cooperation to be built between actors. And second, designing resiliency. That means not only converging on one single list of requirements, but really trying to identify a range of alternative development paths at different time horizons. So these works have several promising perspectives. On the research side, they pave the way towards an original form of co-design, so-called trans-ecosystems co-design, that could transform EO data into a resource to accelerate the sustainable transitions of multiple socioeconomic ecosystems. And from a more operational perspective, so based on E-shape experience and on Copernicus downstream sector, we could think of the mechanisms to be established towards sustainable EO and Copernicus-based applications. And concerning co-design, we are also thinking of a few ways of enhancing co-design expertise in the EO community. But first, I'd like to now let virtually the floor to pilots that have experimented co-design with us, and showing you some little videos for that.
I'm Merete Badger from the Technical University of Denmark. I'm going to present the co-design work that was done as part of Showcase 3, the Energy Showcase, where we run a pilot on offshore wind energy. In our department, we have more than 15 years of experience with the generation of wind fields from EO information. And we have a system for routine wind retrievals based on SAR images. And even though these wind fields are available at no cost from a website, we see that the uptake by the wind industry has been limited so far. So when E-shape started, it was a good opportunity for us to interact more with the industry and get to know them better. We saw that the industry was a bit skeptical about EO-based products, about their accuracy, and about the temporal resolution we could provide. Our first contact with Raphael and her colleagues in Work Package 2 took place in mid-2020, where we had a couple of internal meetings and a longer workshop. Together we planned out 3 user workshops, one with a large wind energy developer, one with a wind energy consultant, and a third workshop with a data distributor. For every workshop we had prepared a demonstration, so we let the user watch the products we have on offer, and we then asked different questions about the usefulness and the usability of our service. How would they use it? We then broadened the discussion a bit and asked the user to imagine what they would want if no barriers exist. And a lot of interesting inputs and ideas came out of that. I think the main outcome for us has been that we have gained a new awareness of how we can grow an ecosystem of users and ways to use EO data. Not just based on our existing service, but we could also try to find new possibilities for new developments and interact with new types of users. I think Raphael and her colleagues have helped us a lot when it comes to structuring the different inputs we have gained from the user workshops. It can be quite overwhelming to get a lot of of different opinions and inputs, how to prioritize and how to structure them. And for that we got some very useful charts we could use to map the short-term, intermediate-term and long-term possibilities. We've also made concrete development steps after the workshops. We've updated the documentation on our website. We have decided to cover new areas of interest, and we've changed the focus a little bit, so we provide what is something closer to what the users want. So I want to end with a big thank you to Raphael and the rest of the team in Workplace 2 for the work we've done together.
Hello everyone, this is Philippe Blanc speaking. I'm a senior scientist for Armin Paritech, the third party of Armin in the framework of the project eShape. In this project, I'm the responsible of the Showcase 3 about renewable energy, and also the leader of the pilot 2 of this showcase about high PV penetration at turbine scale. More particularly, I will focus on the part of the pilot dealing with the on-the-fly PV simulation at turbine scale, using CAMS radiation as a source of solar irradiance and digital surface model, notably from the French Geographic Agency, IGN, and this for different use cases. Due to these different use cases, we add different types of co-design towards end users, but I would like today to focus on another type of co-design, surprisingly not towards end users, but towards the team involved in our pilots, internally, for a better engineering of the service towards its operationalization. Let me now give you some elements about the first co-design action we had with Transvalor of our valorization partners. First of all, we had a preliminary session during which we tracked back our historical relationship of research and valorization to better understand our future steps, notably for the pilot 2 of eShape and its operationalization and commercialization. Then we identified the generic internal service to be provided by Transvalor to contribute to the pilots for the forecasting of solar irradiance at turbine scale. We try to follow the guideline of the co-design for resident fit actions, having indeed in mind that this service would be used also in the pilot 1 next sense of Showcase 3 for solar forecasting based on satellite method. With Transvalor, we define action to develop this service for mid-term horizon. Indeed, for the purpose of prototyping and demonstrating the service, only historical data is firstly considered. We name this InCast, forecast in the past. We then define action for long-term horizon for the potential operationalization of the service in real time. This way of doing the co-design is of interest since it provides a guideline to be systematically applied to such internal co-design approach. To illustrate the generosity of this co-design approach, we did recently a very fruitful session of co-design with our IT team to better define for the second round of coding of the pilot the architecture of the web processing services involved, as well their input and output parameters, and the way they will be executed in WCAO, in the JAS WCAO, following the same guideline with resident fit approach and for different time horizon. Thank you for your attention.
Raphael, we have a minute left, so just one question. The method has proved to be quite successful within the eShape project, but could this method be used more broadly, let's say, by the Earth observation community beyond the eShape project, and how?
Yeah, thanks very much. Well, actually, the method has the potential to be used beyond eShape because we have put these efforts on building general guidelines and frameworks. But still, there are some specific efforts to be done in order to further enhance this co-design capacity within the EO community. And this could take several forms. First one would be to work on building some guidebooks and trainings to encourage the EO application developers to integrate these co-design methods into their activities. And a second aspect would be to work on building a team of co-design experts that would maybe intervene on demand on more complicated cases. And probably Europe and Copernicus could contribute to establishing such a community of experts.
One last short question. We're running out of time, but still, you're the voice of the new generation here on this stage, Raphael. Thank you so much for being here, and congratulations on your first appearance live. I want to ask you, what does the future of Copernicus look like, according to you? Your vision as a young girl, young woman, let's say.
Thanks for this broadening question. Well, yeah, I think that the world of Earth observation is fascinating because it gives a lot of tools and supports that could be used in many different contexts. And well, for me, it's a big opportunity to work on these topics and really trying to work on maybe the different blocking points that still exist and that prevents the real use of this data.
Well, thank you so much, and good luck for the rest of your studies. Hoping to see you back then in a couple of years to talk more further about your project. Thank you so much.
Pleasure.
Thank you. And we'll move to the next session with Olaf, which is actually the last session of our Copernicus Horizon 2035.
And we're set for a session that is particularly close to my heart, because it's about making Copernicus accessible to young, motivated people, to people who have the dreams the president spoke about yesterday, with a few challenges from high school and university students. And therefore, I am delighted to welcome here on stage Claire Tinel, the Environment Project Manager at the Youth Education Department of the French National Center for Space Studies. And connected, I guess, from Paris, Bertrand Pajot, the General Inspector of Education, Sport, Research at the French Ministry of National Education and Youth. A welcome to Paris too. And you have already seen him in the video just a minute or two ago, Philippe Blanc, a research professor at Mines Paris-Tech, or the École Nationale Supérieure des Mines de Paris. Hier, on en parlait que ça s'appelle toujours des mines.
Yesterday we talked about this. It's still called mines, but the scope is broader.
Is also a little bit of a, well, celebration moment, because we're going to a launch, and I am wondering, do we have a roll of drums there? Yeah, it's coming. Trumpets would be great, actually, to launch this. So, Philippe, but coming to the serious, but this is the moment we are launching a university challenge, isn't it?
Yeah, actually I can speak
You can speak in, well, not all languages, but if you like limit the choices, but one thing you have to do is to grab a microphone and speak into it.
Right.
In French or English.
Oui, en effet, aujourd'hui.
Well, thank you. That's true. As you can see on the screen today, we're starting this challenge, a specific challenge for Copernicus on solar radiation data, so that we have solar forecasts within an hour, intra-hourly forecasts. Can you give us more information about this challenge? Yeah, I'll move this way so that I can tell you more about this. Well, thank you very much. Thank you for inviting us so that we can talk about the Copernicus Data Challenge. This is for students at university. So, it's a challenge, as I was saying, that uses CAMS Copernicus atmospheric monitoring and the radiation service that use Meteostat second generation data. It's the CAMS atmospheric monitoring service, or atmospheric monitoring services, has several areas, including solar radiation. And with DLR, what we do is that we produce data that cover Meteostat second generation, latitude 60 degrees north-south and plus or minus 60 degrees east-west of solar radiation every 15 minutes, and it started in 2004. These data use the Meteostat SAT second generation satellite. We process data with German geospace with DLR, and we give horizontal global radiation, which is what we need for photovoltaic systems. As you can see, this is the scanning of all of these images. Every 15 minutes, we have a 3-kilometer resolution, more or less 1/3 of the Earth's surface, and we have sequences of images that we can use, on which we use algorithms to have estimates of solar radiation for possibly forecasts. Now, this is our forecast, and this forecast is connected to the reduction in the number of clouds. As you can see, on the left, what we have is a temporal series of sun radiation with, as you can see, some cloud intervals in the morning and more in the afternoon. On the right-hand side, we see the full day. And as you can see the clouds moving away and the impact of these clouds on solar radiation. When you look at clouds moving away, now you might think that if you know where the clouds will be at a given moment in time, you can forecast, make forecasts and know what's going to happen in the hours to come. Why are we interested in solar forecasting? Well, as you know, solar radiation is intermittent and varies in time and space. If we have a lot of PV cells in an energy system, for instance, it's very important to know how much you're going to generate, how much power you're going to generate in the next hour or next day, so that we have a good supply and demand balance, so that we know how much we want to generate, how much power we want to generate at a given moment in time. It can be used as well to sell electricity on the power market, and therefore we can use these forecasting tools so as to optimize PV generation by changing the angle or the position of the panels depending on the presence or the absence of clouds. I don't know if we can start that. But anyway, this is for the general principle, perhaps. Olaf, maybe you have some questions to ask. I think you wanted to give us more particulars, I thought. Oh, yes, I can give you more information about the challenge then. What does that mean? I was just talking generally about how important solar forecasts are and solar radiation is. But what do we want for this challenge? Now, well, this challenge is not on a temporal or time series, but on weather data, but on sequences of images that we rebuild every 15 minutes on a given region of the globe. I'm not going to tell you what this is, because otherwise people, the whole challenge would be skewed. And it's somewhere in Europe in any case. So every 15 minutes, we get a sequence of images. And what we ask the challengers to do is to forecast the next 4 images now that they know that they've seen the images in the previous sequence. That's a sequence, a time sequence. As you can see, the clouds are moving away. That's quite complex. The clouds are building up. We think that there are patterns. There's space and time correlation that we need. That's the challenge. That's what the students will be working on. Well, I hope so. What does that look like? Here's one element in the data set. We have 4 previous images because it starts at 10:30. So from 9:30 to 10:30, you have a series of images. And what we're asking the challengers to do is to work on a forecast for the next 4 images. And of course, we have a data set for people to practice. We'll give you the first 4 and the last 4 images. And then on the next challenge, we're going to give you just the past images, and you have to think about the future images. And on the basis of this, we'll analyze the results of the different teams. Okay, Philippe. Well, unfortunately, we're running a bit late. But I'd like to ask you a question very quickly. I'd like to ask you a question. Practically speaking, and that's very important for people. Practically speaking, what does that mean? Apart from the fact that I'm not really someone who could do this, I'm in social sciences, that's my background. But if I wanted to be one of the challengers, what do I need to do? Excellent question. It's challengedata.ins.fr. Thank you very much. I'd like to thank the Stéphane Malacher, Data, Collège de France, École Normale Supérieure, INS. They've given us some space here for this challenge. So that's the site, as you can see. challengedata.ins.fr. And there's one which is the Copernicus Data Challenge. You can click on it, you can record, and then participate as a challenger. I would also like to add another thing, if I've got 2 minutes, 1 minute. Very quickly. We're aware that the data that this challenge is a bit complicated and it requires a lot of processing. So we are in discussions with WCAO, which is going to provide support in particular for a number of people who would put in a motivated request. We could provide computation and GPU resources to take part in this challenge. And so that's also an application of the DIAS of Copernicus to support this Copernicus Data Challenge. Thank you
very much. Now we have put this challenge on tracks, basically, but moving like further to even younger people, there has been already a high school challenge on Copernicus, and therefore I am delighted to, well, I already introduced Bertrand, who is connected, but Bertrand, your presentation.
Merci beaucoup et bonjour.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, one and all. Yes, this challenge was destined to high schoolers around remote sensing imagery, which is very important for the training of young people to introduce them to space techniques. And your seminar on the French presidency of the European Union were also the background for this challenge that Claire is going to present in more details in a minute. But to put it in context, this challenge is not a one-off event. It's part of a long tradition of cooperation in remote sensing between the National Education Ministry that I represent and our National Space Agency, the CNES. For 30 years since the first pictures of SPOT, it's been raising the profile of remote sensing in the school environment, and now with Copernicus pictures and the data provided by the European Union, we're able to bring these pictures into a number of disciplines to train young people to this type of images and make them want to become engineers and technicians in the world of space, which for us is extremely important. So now Claire is going to point out the elements of the challenge, but I'd like to mention all those who were involved. Mines ParisTech, the CNES, and colleagues and teachers and students in high schools. Thank you, Bertrand. Indeed, without further ado, I'll give the floor to Claire. Thank you. Indeed, and we've moved from students to high school students. So the purpose of this challenge is to ask them to detect plastic rafts that were deployed in the Mediterranean using remote sensing from satellite images from Sentinel-2. These artificial rafts that you can see here on screen are assemblies of hundreds of plastic bottles. Each raft has a rectangular form, and it's about 3 by 10 meters. Here you can see a drone view, and it's deployed off the coast of Greece and Cyprus. The aim of the challenge was threefold. First, young people should get ownership of satellite images, know that they exist, that they can be made available, especially in this case, they downloaded pictures from the TEPS platform of CNES. They could download them, identifying the areas of interest, being able to visualize them, because it's not easy to visualize satellite pictures. It's not just a picture. A satellite picture is information rich with different spectral information. For Sentinel, 12 spectral bands from visible to infrared, and they viewed that with adequate image processing software. And so the scientific approach was to identify indices, hence the name of the challenge. So using indices to identify services with additional computation, operations like means and ratios and standard deviations, and they should identify the most relevant approach to differentiate plastic from water. And since we asked them to analyze and present their results, what was the most important was the presentation of their results to the jury in a video with a slideshow or a poster. And they were also judged on their arguments. It's not the value of the results, but their arguments and the way they presented the results, and they could identify other prospects for the use of satellites and software. That's very complex, isn't it? It was complex, but it's a challenge. It's a high-level challenge for such young students, but they really took the gauntlet successfully. They could be congratulated, not just the winners, but also all the participants. But yes, indeed, I was mentioning complexity because indeed, when we are talking about young students. How old are they, roughly? Are they specialists? No, not necessarily. They were high school students and general high schools. So they were between years 10 and 12. And they only had 2 months to do that. And I can imagine that the aim behind that, if you're talking about plastic, you're talking about the environment. Yes, you're also talking about the environment. So it's true that it's quite a topical issue. We talked about it last week's summit, at the One Ocean Summit. And so it's about the environment and showing young people that satellites are not just used for communication or for travel, but they can also observe the Earth in various themes, especially the environment. So that can be used to look at what's happening, to monitor, to anticipate, and also potentially for research. And you also brought a video. Before we watch it, I wanted to ask a question. Precisely, we're talking about satellite data, but we're also talking about the environment. I'd just be curious to know how students responded to this new awareness, in a way, that satellite tools can be used to detect something very concrete and something that is very burning as an environmental issue. Well, maybe we'll see that in the video, because that's precisely the topic. And we interviewed high schoolers. So let's watch the video then. Hello, I'm Pierre Ferrand. I'm a biology and geology teacher at Marcelin Berthelot High School in Toulouse, and I'm also a mission leader at CNES with a physics and chemistry teacher and a mathematics teacher. We have worked with a year 11 class as part of scientific training, is more specifically a digital experimental project. The objects from various specialties were divided into 3 groups, one research group, one media group in charge of producing the video, and a communications group in charge of producing the scientific poster. The relevance of these pictures is to have an overview of the environment very quickly and precisely over about 10 meters and with a time frame of 5 days. In the project, we only see a small fraction of the subject very deeply, and we can't see all of it, and we can understand everything. And also, in this part of the subject, we can view it very playfully, and that helps us understand and remember. And the work is done in autonomy. We do the research and the work, and I think that it's a very interesting way of working. And then the team spirit helps us really appreciate what we're doing and be happy with what we've done in our results. Hello, we're the PMN group, and we were involved in the plastic competition. For this project, we had to locate plastics thanks to satellite imagery of the ocean. This project was difficult because plastic was smaller than the 1 pixel resolution. So to find it, we used radiometric indices thanks to the QGIS software. These radiometric indices helped us, thanks to spectral bands and false color bands, to make things more visual in our results. And after trying and using everything made possible with QGIS, we tried to automate the task with Python. Thanks to statistical data that we got from the QGIS software, we were able to create a Python program which used spectral bands to calculate radiometric indices that were more or less relevant. And based on min and max values of the pixels that contain plastics, we could separate the pixels containing plastics on our image and those who contained only water. Thanks to the Python software and the averages that we made on the pixels, we could create different colors for 1 pixel that presented plastics and 1 pixel representing water. And this difference was marked out, and that makes the plastics pixels more visible, and therefore that makes the recognition of plastic more visible to then remove it. We are a team of 7 high schoolers, 4 from year 12 and 3 from year 11 from the Jean Sturm High School, and we could gather knowledge, especially in terms of effective image processing, thanks to QGIS, to highlight specific areas. Via Copernicus, the Commission makes a large amount of information available freely and openly. With this information, anyone can become informed and work on environmental issues. After learning how to use QGIS, an image analysis software, our research led us to use our Python knowledge to develop potentially quicker plastic identification. We were motivated to take part in this project based on potential relevance. Satellites help give us a continuous access to difficult to reach areas and without disrupting the natural environment. The example of the high seas is one area where we could look for the formation of plastics.
And here we are at the end, almost at the end of this conference. Copernicus Horizon 2035, 2 days, well, 1 day and a half, are coming to an end. 2 days that were packed full with debates, presentations, speeches. So much input for everybody probably to digest. I also hope everybody made new contacts, got in touch with other people. I know it's possible through the Swapcard menu, even if you haven't been able to be with us here in Toulouse right now. It has also been, for me personally, I think I speak for Sophie too, an enormous pleasure for us to moderate this conference. But for a few concluding, I also wanted to say this conference has had, over these 2 days, over 5,000 visitors that have been with us, that have enjoyed, hopefully, the debates, speeches, presentations, and so on and so on. So we're happy about that, and giving the word to Isabelle Benezet, Interministerial Coordinator for Copernicus at the Research Ministry in France. I'm getting my head around this slowly. For a few concluding words.
Yes, merci. D'abord, je voulais.
Well, thank you very much. First of all, I should like to thank the European Commission, because they welcomed with open arms the approach that we had for Copernicus 2035. They immediately supported us. They supported us with the putting together of the program as well, because it's the outreach team of the European Commission that helped us out and supported us throughout. So thank you very much for their support and for their great professionalism. And thank you also to all the speakers from the European Commission and from elsewhere. Thank you very much for taking up the invitation and coming up on stage. And thank you to the team that stood by my side throughout. And a last word of thanks for the technical teams. MCI helped us out for all the visual and sound and the visual effects and the little videos that we played, and GL Events for the whole production. You've done a tremendous work. Thank you very much. A few messages now to wrap up. A quick word on users. It was important for us to have this half-day discussion with users, because Copernicus is user-driven, but that actually means something. So this is why we wanted to hear from them this morning. We heard their voice yesterday afternoon, but today was really their time to shine. So thank you very much to the user representatives for coming over and for speaking your opinion. We need a strategy for better user uptake. This is something that came out clearly yesterday, but it's even more obvious today. Copernicus is a kind of backbone where people come together to support also the Green Deal. Copernicus is really a building block of the Green Deal, and that is something that was already outlined yesterday and once again today. And for users, they need to have good access to data that is easy to use. It needs also to be put in their language, because not everyone in Europe speaks English. So we need to get as close as possible as we can to users. And this is something that is really fundamental, I believe, and that will help us bring people closer together. And then there's also the core services. They opened the day this morning with the users. It's an interface that allows them to better use their products. We saw this morning that it actually works, so we need to continue in that vein and develop it further. So thank you and congratulations to the speakers who were very convincing this morning. To wrap up, let's talk about the ambition for Copernicus. It's a very tall order that people are calling for. We saw it on Slido, and I think that the key to this ambition and to being ambitious is really youth, young people. Thank you to the young people like Raphael, who's nearly completed her studies, and also the younger students and people that we saw in the presentations today. I hope that you'll take up these challenges head on, and I hope that we'll have a better chance of talking with young people when the pandemic is over. Thank you and safe return home.
My turn for just a couple of words of thank you. Also, thank you for your attention. Like Olaf said, you've been 5,000 people connecting to this event. It's a great honor. Thank you to all the top-class speakers that have been here on stage during these 2 days. Thank you, Isabelle, and your team. Thank you, Mario, for helping us prepare this event. And congratulations on the immense work. I think it deserves a big round of applause for putting up this huge and excellent program yesterday and today. So please, a big round of applause for Isabelle and her team. And like you said, thank you to all the technicians behind the scene without whom nothing is possible. I have a special thanks for Jawad, for Guylaine and Thomas and the Dream Team. Thank you, Olaf. It's been an immense honor and pleasure to moderate this event with you here. Take care of yourself and long life Copernicus.
Yes.
Bye-bye.
Even beyond 2035.
Oh, yes, way beyond.
Way beyond.
Way beyond. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.